All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. Let's get you on my window, my desktop, I should say. Let's get the mic on. All right. So I want to build this cement factory today. So first thing I'm going to do is let's create a new folder. So let's go FS22 Richie cement. But let's call it cement factory. Alright, so we'll have our blank folder to start with. First thing I'm going to do is I want to pull the pallets in so I know what I'm working with. So let's create a new folder for pallets. We'll get them in here first. So let's open up Ritchie's Creek. Alright, what do we need? I'm just going to go through these line by line. So we need the barrier. So let's grab that one. So let's go File, Export. We are going to where? We are going to my external hard drive. External mods, cement factory pallets. Okay, so this one is the barrier pallet. Let's grab that. And we need the XML that goes with it. So let's copy that into here. Alright, so we have the barrier. We need the block pallet. Protein pick mix. Hey, old man, caught this stream just in time. You did. Alright, we're going to grab this guy. Let's go File, Export. It is the block pallet. And we'll grab the block pallet XML. Alright, under the block pallet we have, there should be two more pallets. Excited to learn how to add pallets and fill types to the factory. Yeah, we're starting with a blank folder and we're building from there. And then once I have everything the factory's going to make, we need to put all the inputs in it as well. So let me get all the finished goods in here first. So we have the barrier, we have the block. There should be two more. Let me find them. I didn't do any work on setting this up. This is completely from scratch today. So we need the concrete pallet. So we need the concrete pallet, and we need the concrete XML. And there should be one more. I should have a paver. Right there, paver pallet. Alright, let's go File, Export, paver pallet. And we'll grab the paver XML. I think these are the four pallets that this factory is going to make. It is. Alright, so let's open up this barrier and take a look at it. So we got to figure out what the inputs are to make these work. So right now I'm just figuring out all of the inputs and all of the outputs. So let me grab my notebook. So the first one is the barrier. And we're going to need empty pallets. We're going to need plastic. to make the plastic barriers. And that's all I'm going to put into that pallet. So let's look at the next one. Let's look at the block, see what that looks like. Because we have to also add all the inputs in. Alright, so the block, let me slow my speed down. Alright, so the block, we're going to have pallets, sand, and gravel should make our block. And then we'll do like water, and then water, diesel maybe. We'll see what the factory looks like and what we're going to add into it. So that's going to be the block. What's the next one? Concrete pallet. It should be sacks of concrete. Alright, so we're going to need, concrete. We're going to need sacks, sand, and gravel. So we're going to need empty sacks. We won't add pallets because you're bringing empty sacks over on pallets. So we won't need pallets to make this one with. And then what's the last one? Paver. Let's see what the paver looks like. Sassy one, good morning. And then same thing. So this one is the paver. And we're going to use pallets. Sand and gravel. And then the entire factory is also going to need diesel and water. Oh, gypsum for the concrete, or limestone. Limestone for the concrete. So what does stone processing make? Lime, limestone, gypsum, and calcium carbonate. Gypsum we'll use for drywall. Oh yeah, we need to add limestone into the concrete. I'm going to add limestone into all of them. Let's add limestone into the block. And we'll add limestone into the paver. And then we should be good. Okay, so that's going to be our inputs and outputs. So now we have to add, since we also have to put the inputs in here, since the factory can be used on any map, it has to also show all of the inputs. So I'm going to have to bring the pallets of pallets in. So let's bring the pallets over. So let's go File, Export, Pallets, Pallet. And then we're going to need that XML. So let's copy that into here. And then we're also going to need plastic. So let's grab our plastic palette. Grab that. And let's copy that over as well. So what else do we need? We have plastic, we have pallets. Sand is a bulk, gravel is a bulk, limestone is a bulk. We need sacks, so we need our empty sacks palette. File, export, sacks, is it sack or sacks? S. It is plural. Let's grab that, and we're going to need its XML. Alright, and then what else do we need? Sacks, sand, gravel, limestone is bulk. Alright, we have everything we need in the way of pallets. Now, you have to make sure that your texture path is correct. So textures. So make sure there's nothing weird with your your i3D mapping. So you have all of our textures, and everything here points to our pallets. Now the next thing I'm going to need is an effects folder. So I'm going to open up one of my other factories that has a couple of, let's work off of Mammoth Mill. So I'm going to need the effects folder, and you can get that out of the base game map if you don't have it. So just grab the effects folder out of the base game map. You also need fill planes, and you can get that off of the base game map. I'm going to need my scripts. I'm going to need brand. You're going to need the effects XML that points to the effects folder, and you can get that out of the base game. So you need the effects. I'm also going to grab mod description and new fill types. So we're going to need all of those in the new factory. Why did I not? Okay, hang on. I didn't copy. So copy and paste. Alright, so like I said, the effects, you could pull these out of the base game. The fill planes you can pull out of the base game. Your scripts, you're going to need to categorize your Lua and change mod title Lua. Make your own brand. That's just a simple paint.net image. The effects XML you can pull out of the base game. You can use any mod description and edit it. And then you need the new fill types XML. And we'll get into that here shortly. But I want to get our fill planes in here next. We're going to need, let me get rid of all of these because we're not going to use any of these. Alright, what fill planes are we going to need? So let's go into the base game map. So we are going to need sand. So let's grab sand. I need sand. I need gravel. And you can pull these out of any map that has them. We're going to need gravel. Let's copy those into there. We're going to need limestone, which is running off of the lime. So let's grab those. So let me see. Pallets we have, plastic we have, sand, gravel, limestone, sacks we have, diesel we don't need any textures for, water we don't need any textures for. So we have our sand, our gravel, our limestone, which is going to run off of the lime. Yeah, you can use the, but in order to keep your file size down as small as you can, you only want to use the fill planes you need for the mod. You don't need like every single fill plane. I don't need all of these fill planes in the mod. So I'm only pulling out what I need specifically for this factory. So that's going to be, so our effects folder's done, our fill planes folder's done. Our pallets fill plane is done. But now we're going to need HUDs for everything the factory makes. So let's go into our HUDs. Alright, so we're going to need barrier. We're going to need the barrier. Let's copy that one into here. I'm going to need the block, the concrete, and the paver. So the block, the concrete, let's copy those into here. I'm going to need the paver. Where's the paver? I'm going to need the paver. Let's copy that into there. Alright, so that's what we're going to make. And I'm going to need pallets. Let's copy that one in. I need plastic, so let's copy that one. Over to the factory. So we have pallets, we have plastic. I need sand, gravel, and limestone, so we have to pull those over. So limestone, I need sand and gravel. And I need gravel. Alright, so what else do I have on the list? Limestone. We need sacks. Sacks, sand, gravel, limestone, pallets. Diesel will use the in-game HUD, and water will use the in-game HUD. So I don't need those extra HUDs. Alright, so effects are done, fill planes are done, pallets are done, we have our scripts, we have our brand, we have our effects, we have our HUDs. Mod description we'll get to shortly, and fill types we'll get to shortly. So now we need now we have to actually build the factory. Let me grab a sip of coffee. Alright, I'm going to minimize that. Now, what am I going to build the factory off of? I'm going to build it off of Mammoth Mill base, I think, because it should have everything I need. So let's go into, so if I'm using Mammoth Mill as the base, I'm going to grab its XML and then we'll change it. So let's copy that over. And let's open up Mammoth Mill. And we're going to need an icon, so I'll have to pull the icon over as well. Let me pull that over before I forget. Let's copy this into here. Alright, so we have Mammoth Mill open. Alright, so what I want to do, I don't want everything, I only want parts of this. So I'm going to go to my visual folder. Discharge pipe, we're not going to need. I'm going to keep the grate, I'm going to keep the sign, we'll change it up. I'm going to keep the coal bin, the ore bin, and the wood bin for now, but we'll probably change those up. That can go. Loading station, I don't need because we just have pallets, so that can go. Lights, I'm going to need. Clear area, test area, level area, I'm going to need. Okay, that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go. So this is just going to give us the base of what I need with all of my triggers. So let's go File, Export Selection, Cement Factory. Let's call it Cement Factory. And then we'll close that without making any changes to, because I want to mess up my mill. Just make sure I didn't mess it up. Okay, so we didn't mess that up. Where can I get the new fill types XML, and can you edit? Yeah, we're going to edit an existing one shortly. You can pull it out of any of my mods or any of the Snakes mods. We use the same one. Alright, so what happened to my i3D? It probably went into pallets. It did. Okay, I'm going to need to move this out of pallets. I put it inside the pallets folder. I don't want it inside the pallets folder. Let's go File, Export. Let's put it in here. Cement Factory. And let's delete this one out. So I should have my Cement Factory in here. I do. And it also moved my textures. Hold on. So let me fix my textures. Anything in here I don't need? No, we're good. Okay. So let's look at this first. So the only textures I have in here should be cement 2. Oh, all right, hold on. In here should be cement 2. It did not come over. No, I have coal. Okay, these textures did not come over. Yeah, they did. Okay, so we have coal, we have our Mammoth Mill, which we have to change, our ore, which we're going to change, and our wood chips, which we're going to change. So we have our textures for now. Alright, so let's open this up. I always tell it, I think it's yes and yes, because you want it to copy all of the files over. Alright, let's create a base to work on. So we have something, a clean working surface. Now, I have a few buildings I want to use, so I'm going to import them in. I'm going to go File, Import. I'm going to go back to here, and I'm going to pull in Building 1. I'm going to import in Building 2. Alright, this factory is going to be a little bit, well, we may cut this back a little bit. I'm not sure what all I'm going to use. I just pulled a whole bunch of stuff in from one of my previous factories. Let's go import in, let's import in the drum. Throw that there for now. Let's import in the heap. And we're going to probably change that up a little bit. I'm probably going to use mine instead of this one. Yeah, we'll see if I use that or not. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring in the pit. We'll see what the pit looks like. And we'll figure out what I want to use. Does that have a, that has a fill plane in it as well, I think. Oh, no, it doesn't. Alright, we're going to get rid of that. I selected yes on the factory and exported, and I have no... Yeah, you have to manually move the textures over. You have to manually move the textures over. We're going to do that next. And then you have to manually fix all of the i3D pathing. Arlarn, hello! We're going to, as soon as I get the factory sorted, we're going to have to fix all of the textures. Alright, so my pallet spawners are here. I don't want to move those. But for now, let's get some of the stuff out of the way. So I want to start with the biggest factory, and then let me make this plane a little bit bigger. And we'll shrink it down to size later. Let me get the grate out of my way. Let me get the sign out of my way, because we're going to have to fix that. Let's get the coal bin out of the way. The ore bin out of the way. The wood bin out of the way. We're going to have to fix those. What I don't want to mess with is my pallet spawners. We'll work around them. So that's where our pallets are actually going to spawn out. Does it matter in the XML? You don't put the texture pathing in the XML. The texture pathing is done in the i3D. I'll show you. We'll get to. You're jumping ahead. Let's get the factory built first, and then we'll fix the texture. I'll show you how to fix the textures. All right. So let's start with this guy first. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. All right, so where do we want this guy? Let's zero him out so he's all 0, 0, zeros. And I think I like him going in this direction. So let's move a couple more things out of my way for now. Let's move this guy out a little bit. Let's move this guy out a little bit. Let's move this guy out. And we'll move this guy out. So I want to work here just in the center. So let's get this guy lined up about here, because our pallets are going to spawn out here. So where's our height? Do we have to adjust our height at all? We do. Well, kind of, sort of, but not really. So right there. Looks like she's sitting on the ground. Alright, so our pallets are going to spawn along here, which means we're going to put our inputs in over here. So let's grab the grate for now. Let's put it about there. So we'll put our inputs in. We're also going to need to bring pallets in. We'll use the same trigger. Alright, now, do I want to... Let's take a look at this piece. This may be a little bit too big. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it or not. Let's take a closer look at it. It has a pit for water. Can I pick this apart to different subcategories? I can. That's a bunch of pipes. It's going to be kind of hard to pick apart. Alright. Oh, it's got all kind of parts and pieces on it that are everywhere. We're going to have to go through it line by line to make sure we don't have anything flowing if I decide to use it. I may not use it and just go smaller. Yeah, let's get rid of this piece. Let's keep this factory on the smaller side. Let's get rid of that. So what does that leave us? We're going to change our heaps up a little bit. So we're going to go with sand, gravel, limestone. Yes, sand, gravel, limestone. Alright, so we're going to change these up a little bit. So let's take the coal bin. And let's make it wider and longer. And then I'm going to eliminate the other two for now. And then let's get the coal bin. Now it's going to distort the textures a little bit, but we'll fix them. I think we can fix them here in a minute. I need 3 of them to fit in here, so we're going to have to adjust. I'm going to need to adjust the sizes a little bit. Yeah, so this one will need to go a little bit wider. Middle one we'll make a little bit wider. And then the first one we'll make a little bit wider. Alright, so let's take the first one, the coal bin, and I'm going to go File, Export. I'm going to export it out actually to my, hold on before we do that. Let me create a folder on my desktop. Call it today. Alright, so let's take the first one and we're going to call it the sand bin. So let's go File, Export Selection with Files, Desktop Today, and let's call it sand bin. Alright, so let's go to minimize that. Let's open up this folder. And this, so now I need the textures for sand, which we already have. Let's go back into fill planes. What do I need? I just need the diffuse. So let's grab the sand diffuse. So let's copy that into there. And now let's open this up. And let's change it from coal to sand. And let's save that. So if I change them, if I change the coal in here, it would change all three. So I have to do them separately. So this should now have a sand texture. Instead of a coal texture. So let's go back into here. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring the sand bin in. I'm going to move it up here. And I'm going to delete this one, the coal one. And let's do this one next. This is going to be the gravel bin. So let's go File, Export, Gravel, Bin. Let's export that one out. And then I need the gravel texture. Sometimes it pulls the textures out and sometimes it doesn't, so you're going to have to do 90% of the time you have to manually move the textures. Alright, we need gravel. I always build the factory and then fix all the textures. Let's copy the gravel over to here. And I'm going to grab the lime since you're going to do that one next. I'm just going to copy that one over as well. So let's go to this one. Let's open this one up. And we're going to change this from coal to gravel. So let's save that. And then this one should now have the gravel texture. So let's delete that one out. Let's go File, Import. Let's import the gravel bin in. And I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. Alright, so the last one, where is it? This one. This is going to be limestone. It's going to be our limestone bin. Let's go File, Export, Limestone, Bin. And let's come into here. And let's change this to lime. Because that's the texture we're going to use. So we've opened that up. It should have the limestone texture. And it does. So let's come in here. Let's delete that one out. Let's go File, Import, Limestone Bin. And we're going to go Edit, Cut, Visuals, Edit, Paste. Alright, so there is, that's going to be our sand texture, our gravel texture, our limestone texture. Alright, so I'm not going to use that heap, we can delete that out. Do I want to use you for water? What do you look like? I might be able to put a water plane in there. Let's pull this guy over. Let's see if we can't use him. Let's bring him, let's try and line him up. Let me move transform groups. Edit, cut, visuals, edit, paste. All right. Let's bring him down a bit. I'm going to have to make him a little bit taller. Static. Oh, there we go. Let's make him a little bit taller so the water doesn't go below the map. It's going to go below the map no matter what I do. No, I'm going to have to pull it up really tall. All right, I'm not going to use that one. Let's delete that one out. So the last thing I have is the drum. Let's pull the drum over. Let's move transform groups. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. Let's bring you over on this side. And let's put you this way to 0. Bring you down a little bit. I'm going to line it up with like this tower. So let's put you about there. Alright, now one more thing I want to do. Let's grab... let's export one of the bins out, back out. Actually, I don't have to. We have them out here already. Let's grab... I need a water texture. I may have to grab a water plane out of the map. Let's open up the map a second. Let's see if I can't find a small square water plane. The XMLs never have texture pathing, only i3Ds have texture pathing. Alright, do I have a square water plane that I can pull out of here? I don't know if I have a square water plane or not. I can probably use that one and change it up a little bit. I think I can. Let's go... That's the main water plane. Let me try this one. Let's go File, Export. We're in my desktop. Let's go Water. And let's close the map without making any changes to it. Yeah, your XMLs never have texture pathing. Only your i3Ds have texture pathing. I'm sorry, only your i3Ds have texture pathing. Let's open up the sand bin. Let's take a... Let me slow my speed back down. Alright, so it has, inside of here it has a dirt plane. So we're going to delete that out. I'm going to go File, Import. I'm going to import the water plane in. I'm going to go Edit, Cut. I have to put it inside of this i3D. Edit, Paste. And we're going to have to, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to bring the textures in. Let me delete that back out a second. Let me see if it brought the textures with it. It did. But I don't know why it's white. It should be, what does the water texture look like? Actually, let's change this up. Let's grab shaders. Let's cut it out of there. I want to put it in here. And let's grab the water texture. And let's put it in the texture folder. And let's change this. Let's take this down to just shaders. And let's change this down to just textures. And let's save that. So let's jump back in here. And let's bring that back in. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring the water back in. And let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. So it's an i3D. There's no such thing as an i3D XML. Because when I exported it, it only produced an i3D file and a shapes file. Yes, you have to open up your i3D with Notepad++ and fix your textures. Alright, so let's make this the size of our bin. Let me take that down to like 1. There we go. So this should give us a water texture, but I can't see it in the editor. We may not. We're probably going to have to wait until we get it in game to see what the water looks like. Yeah, your textures are never in your XML. So if you exported something out, it probably didn't export correctly. If you're missing textures, then it did not export correctly and you didn't pull the textures out with the i3D. Let's call this a water bin. It makes sense now. Yeah, so whenever you export your items out, it should have, so this should have a water plane. I don't know if it's going to work till we actually get it in the map. And it looks like it's still not adjusted right. Let me let's try and pull this a little bit. All right, let me save that. All right, let's close that. And let's check it one more time. So that is now, crap. I think it's the sand bin. Let me just double check. It has the new water plane in it. It does. So let's jump back in here. Let's go File, Import. I'm going to bring the sand bin back in and we'll rename it. It should be named water bin. And it is. We should have a water plane in here. I don't, like I said, I don't know if it doesn't work when we get in game, I can always delete it back out. But let's put it here for now. Are these other ones floating? No, they're fine. Okay. So that leaves us with, let me do a quick save. Alright, so what is our sign? We're going to have to change the sign up. Right now it's the Mammoth Mill sign, and we have to fix all of our textures. So, but where am I going to stick this sign? And we have to fix the lighting as well. Can we pull it down here? Can we get it between the windows? We'll have to fix that sign here in a second. Alright, let me do, before we fix the lights and we finish the factory, let's do a save. I'm actually going to close it. So I want to fix all of the textures now. So cement factory. So open it up with Notepad++, and here it's missing all of the textures. So because they didn't move over with the factory, so we have to pull all of these textures over manually, and then we have to fix the path. So in my textures folder, we're going to open that up, and I'm going to go into my other external folder. Where I started building my cement factory. That's where I have all of the textures. So I need cement factory, add-ons, lithium. I need all of these textures. Let's copy those, and we have to move them into here. And then we have to now tell all of this. I'm going to do a search, replace with textures. And that's going to fix our texture path for those. And then I need to go into another folder. Save that. So the next folder I have to go into is Cement Factory Add-ons, Textures, Add-ons, Textures, and I need Rust Leak, we're going to have to fix that one separately because there's a folder inside of a folder. I need Rust Leak, Metal, Motor, Motor 2, Motor 2N. Let's copy those into there, and then I need this one as well. And then we have to fix our texture path here. So this one goes down to textures. This one goes down to textures. Ooh, let me take this extra bracket out. This one, this one, and this one. So that should be all of our textures fixed. And we'll check it when we open up the i3D. Now we just have to fix the Mammoth Mill, this guy. What the two dots mean at the beginning of the path that you're replacing. Those two dots point to an external folder. So it's telling it to pull it from it's telling it to pull the texture off of my desktop. It's not telling it to pull the texture out of the file. So what those two dots, if we go back to those two dots, it's actually, so if I go here and I go dot backslash, it's telling it to pull it from a previous folder. And it was pointing to my desktop. It was pointing to, it was actually pointing to my D drive. It was pointing to a different folder outside of the mod, and you don't want that. So that's what it was doing. So you want to make sure you want to make sure there's no dot slashes if you're working on like here. So these are wrong as well, because these are pulling it from my desktop. So we have to fix these textures also. Or when we put the mod in the map, all the textures are going to be white because it's not going to know where to pull them from. So this is that temporary folder that I made on my desktop to fix my bins. So we have to pull these textures into the mod also. So let's grab my cement factory folder, which is here. And let's go to my desktop, which is here. So I need the shaders. So we're going to grab the shaders, and we're going to put that into here. So it has the shader, and then we're going to fix this path so it's not pulling it from my desktop. And then we save that, and then we also need so let's open up, so I need 4 more textures. Let's go into textures, and I need the gravel, the lime, the sand, and the water. I need the gravel, the lime, the sand, and the water. Let's copy those into here, and then let's fix those textures. On an external mod, you don't want any dot dashes. Dollar data points to in-game, so those will pull the in-game textures. But everything else should now be fixed except for the Mammoth Mill, except for our sign. So I'm going to go into the cement factory, into pallets. And I want to use the ready-made mix, but I also have that texture in my 19 folder. So let me go into my FS19 cement factory. I think I have, where is it? Where is my FS19 cement factory? Composter. What did we call it? Am I in the wrong one? Where is my cement factory? So I had a bigger texture to use than that one. Coffee concrete composter. I've lost my cement factory. Alright, let's do it the hard way then. Let's open up today. I should have, let's go into mods. My Games Farm Sim 19 mods. I should have a cement factory. Where the heck is my cement factory? Concrete plant. Let's copy that. Let's go into my desktop. Let's paste it in here. Let's open it up. And I should have a larger texture to use right there. Yeah, I want to use this one. What program? I am paint.net. It's free. It's a free download. Paint.net. Alright, so let's take a plain white background. Let me copy that. Let me paste it into here. Let's start with a blank canvas. Alright, now let's grab, let me open up one more thing. Let me go into, let me open this up with paint.net. Alright, so let's grab the old man. And I think I'm going to get rid of the yellow background. So let's cut that out. Let's cut that out. Let's cut that out. And we'll cut that out. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go copy. And so we now have two of them. I'm going to take this guy. And I'm going to say flip horizontal. So I have one facing one direction and one facing another direction. So let's try and grab this guy. Without the background. Come on, give me the whole thing. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's a pain in the ass to get just the picture. Oh, come on, give me the picture. Sometimes you got to play with it for a couple minutes till you get just the picture. Come on. Don't make me go into another folder to grab it. Right there. I think that's what I need. Let's try it. Let's go copy and paste. Did it give me what I wanted? It did give me what I wanted. So let's put him on this side, facing this way. And let's grab this guy. I'm going to have to do the same thing. Let's grab just the picture. Let's go copy and paste. Get him about the same size. Let's put him on this side. And then we'll grab this guy. I don't want the black. I just want the white. So let's grab this guy. And let's copy that into here. And then let's save that. Let me change it to DTX1. Alright, now let's see, let me close that. Let me close some of the stuff I don't need open. Alright, let's rename this so it no longer says Mammoth Mill. Let's rename it Cement 1. Why did that not save? Because it's the wrong... No, it's not. It's the right one. Why did that not save? File, save as, external mod, cement factory. Oh, that's okay. I need to move it. It's in a different folder. This is the one that's in the pallets. This is the one that we're working with. So that's the new one. So now that and let me rename this one. So this one I want to call Cement 1. So it's no longer Mammoth Mill. So now that it's renamed there, we have to rename it in the i3D. And let's save that. Now I can close my i3D. So when I open up my i3D now, all of our textures should be fixed. And we shouldn't have any texture errors. BABBEO99 ZAC is now following. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So now if we look down here, we shouldn't see any errors with texture pathing. But what we do, so we have a warning. Cement factory texture was flipped with quality loss. Cement factory textures gravel diffuse and sand diffuse. So the gravel diffuse and the cement diffuse. So this one, the two bins are, there's going to be warnings with the two bins, which I don't like. So I want to try and fix those. So let's do this. Let's go back into here. Let's go back into here. And let's grab our sand. So which two do we have warnings on? That we're going to have texture quality issues. Texture was flipped with a loss, quality loss. Cement factory textures, gravel, and sand. Alright, let's do this then. Let's grab our sand bin. I'm going to go File, Export. I'm going to go into the cement factory. I'm going to go into pallets. Now I'm going to go into fill planes. And I'm going to put sand bin. I don't want to put it there because it's going to mess up my textures. Let me do this. I'm going to put a temporary folder in here. And I'm going to open that up. And then we're going to grab I'm going to export the sand bin out, see if we can't fix the textures. Let's go back into the cement factory. Let's go into that temporary folder and let's say sand bin. And I'm going to grab the gravel bin. Bear with me 1 second. I got to let the dog out of my room. Alright, so we pulled our sand bin out, we pulled our gravel bin out. We've got to try and fix the textures. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to delete these two. I'm going to grab the fill plane texture. So I'm going to grab the gravel and the sand from here. I'm going to copy those into here. So it's now going to pull those textures instead of the old textures. I don't know if this is going to fix it or not, but we'll find out here in a second. So let's delete the sand bin out. Let's delete the gravel bin out. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring the sand bin back in. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. I'm going to bring the gravel bin back in. If this doesn't fix the textures, then I know what I need to do. I need to try something else next. So Edit, Cut. Let's put it back in here. Let's save it. I'm going to close it. And I'm going to open it back up again to see if those warnings went away. If not, then I'm going to have to fix the fill planes. Yep, so those textures are now messed. Okay, so here's what we have to do. So we have to go back into our, let's close this because we're still going to have warning texture warnings with the sand and the gravel. So let's come into our temp folder. Let's open up the gravel bin. And let's take the dirt let's delete it out. Let's create a new plane. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And let's make it the size of the bin. I'm hoping this takes the warnings away. Alright, now I'm going to I'm going to freeze the transform. I'm going to go File, Edit, Freeze Transforms, and I just want to freeze the scale. So it goes back to all ones. I'm going to save it. Now we're going to take this plane, and I'm going to come here, and I'm going to come here. I'm going to go, we're in our cement factory, we're in our temporary folder. I'm going to grab the gravel diffuse. And I'm going to save that. And I'm hoping that fixes it, but I'm not sure if it's going to fix it or not. I may have to get rid of these textures. Now let's open up the sand bin. If this doesn't work, I'm going to get rid of these if it keeps giving me texture warnings. So let's do the same thing. Let's come in here. Let's delete that out. Let's create a new plane. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And let's resize this one. To fit inside of here. that should be fine. And let's go, I'm going to take this one, I'm going to freeze transforms to scale. And we're going to add the sand texture in. And we'll save it. And we'll close it. Now I'm going to open these up and see if it's going to still give me the warning about the quality loss. Yeah, it's giving me the quality loss. Alright, so I'm not going to be able to use these. So let me try something else. I'm going to delete that temporary folder. I'm not going to use those. Oh, I can't because they're in here. Let me delete that, because I had the i3D open. Alright, so let me do this. Let's go back into the cement factory. The i3D has a section about material. How can you change the material type? I don't know if I ever have. I'm going to get rid of these 3 bins, because they're not working the way I wanted them to work. So let's go into our visuals. Alright, so we're going to take our limestone bin, getting rid of that. On my sand bin I'm getting rid of. The gravel bin I'm getting rid of. Let me go file. Let's do this. Let's try something else. I have one other texture I can try and use. Let me close that. Let's go into here. Let's go into here. And let's look at this heap. I'm going to try and use these instead. Let me just zero this out so we can see it. So this is a pile of wood chips. Let's try this. Let's grab a textures folder. And let's come into our cement factory to fill planes. Let's grab gravel, lime, and sand. I'm going to copy those into here. And let's open up that heap. And, okay, so I need to diffuse a normal and a specular. Alright, so I need the normal. I need to diffuse a normal and a specular. I'm just going to grab that one, that one, that one, and that one. Let's copy those into here. And let's open this back up. Alright, so let's change this to gravel diffuse. Let's change this to gravel normal. And we'll change this to lime. I can use the lime specular. And then let's see what it looks like now. And see if it's going to give me texture quality errors. I hate the textures in 22. They're so much more of a pain in the ass than 19. Alright, what's it missing? Can't load resource. Why can't you load the resource? Oh, because they're dollar data. Get rid of the dollar data. These are now textures. This one is now textures. And then this one is now textures. So let's save that. Alright, let's see if it'll open up now without any errors. and we're still getting a quality loss. I hate putting out a mod that has warnings or errors. Why am I getting a quality loss on my texture? That is the gravel right from in-game. Alright, let's try one more thing. If not, I'm gonna have to rethink how I want to build the cement factory. Let me go into the base game. And I want to pull out gravel. Should be a gravel texture. I'm going to pull out, let's try gravel 01 normal. Let's copy that into there. What other gravel do we have? I'm going to see if the base game has a sand. No, it doesn't have a sand texture. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these warnings. Why it's giving me a quality loss. So I wanted to put a coal pile in here. I wanted to put a gravel pile in here, and I wanted to put a limestone pile in here because that's what we're delivering to this factory. And they're all giving me quality. Which means the whole concept of this factory is going to have to go and get rebuilt. Because I can't put my heaps in here if I'm getting quality errors. This is the first time I ran into this with FS22. But textures in FS22 are a pain in the ass compared to textures from 19. So how do we want to try and fix this? How do I want to try and fix this? This should be the new concrete factory. This is the old concrete factory. Why can't I get this heap to work with the correct textures? Let's go back into Documents, My Games. Farm Sim 22 gravel. I want to look at all my gravel textures. Grab this gravel diffuse and this gravel normal. Let's copy those into here. Let's replace those two. Now when I open this up, is it still going to give me a quality issue? It is. Texture was flipped with a quality loss. I don't know. I'm at a loss as to why. it's all of a sudden going to give me a quality loss on the texture when that's an in-game texture. I'm going to build it with these textures and then off camera try and figure out why it's messed up. They didn't change anything in landscaping this update. Afternoon, old man. How do you know if the update improved landscaping in the game? I heard someone said this morning you now get water planes as well. I don't know. I haven't really played since the update. Alright, let's try one more thing. I'm going to go into the carpentry mill a minute. I'm going to see something from there. I'm going to try and pull that heap out. There should be a fill plane here. Let me try and find it. Oh, it's divided. Crap. I might still try and use this. Let's go File, Export. I'm going to throw it on my desktop into our temporary folder for today. I'm going to call this a new plane. Let's close the carpentry. Let's look at this new folder. It's the new plane. Do I have lime? I do. Let's open this up a second. And let's see if we can't make this one work. So we're going to go, I think I have lime. I need the diffuse and I need a specular. Alright, let's go into my mods folder. Yeah, this texture warning is throwing me for a loop today. Mods, Ritchie's Creek fill planes. I'm going to grab lime, diffuse, normal, and specular. Let's copy those into here. And then let's go with lime. These are, again, base game textures. We'll see if they throw errors. Let's grab lime. Let's grab lime. And then this one we change to textures. We'll change this to textures. And we'll change this to textures. Save that. And now we'll see if this will open up now without any errors. Alright, so this one is coming in with no errors. Alright, so we have a limestone without any errors. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work in this factory or not. Let's go File, Import, New Plane. Oh, I'm not going to be able to make this one work. It's got the extra piece out there I didn't see. Yeah, that's definitely not going to work either. Alright, let me try one more thing and then I'm at a complete loss. Can we build another wall across the front? I can. Let me try something. I'm going to duplicate that. Let's spin it this way. One more thing and then I'm at a complete loss on how to fix the fill planes for this factory. Why are you... Let me try one more thing. Alright, let's create I'm going to create a cube. Alright, let's go File, Export Selection with Files. I'm going to throw it on that temporary desktop and let's call it Cube 1. Let's go into here. Let's open up Cube 1. Alright, we're going to take cube. I'm going to freeze the transforms on scale. So it's all ones. And I'm going to save it. And I'm going to close it. I'm going to open it back up. So it should be 1, 1, and 1 on the side, on the scale. So it's now 1, 1, and 1. And then we're going to go into Today, Textures, Lime Diffuse. So this should be our Lime Diffuse. So it should be just one big chunk of lime. So let's delete that cube out. Let's go File, Import. Actually, let me see if it's going to open up without any texture warnings first. Okay, so far no texture warnings. So let's go File, Import, Cube 1. So this should now be just a big plane of limestone. And I can make it bigger again if we need to. I just want to try something now. Now that this one's in without any warnings or errors, so let me do a quick save. Alright, let's go back into Cube 1 and let's grab, let's do this. Cube 1. Let's change this to coal. And we'll save it. Is it going to open up without any warnings this time? Oh, I didn't want coal. I need gravel and sand. Shit, wrong one. Let's change it to gravel. Alright, let's try that again. Will it open up now with the gravel texture without any errors? Nope, warning. It doesn't like the in-game gravel texture. It won't use that texture. It doesn't like the gravel texture. What other textures do I have that's close to gravel that we can make work? Clean fill might work. Gravel's definitely not going to work. Let's try the stone texture. Let me copy that one into here. And let's see if we change this to stone. If the stone texture is any better. And let's open it up and see if I get a warning with stone. No warning with stone. Okay, so let's use that one. So let's go. Let me move this cube into a different. Let's go edit, cut. Let me move it up to here. So it's in that transform group. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring the cube back in. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. Alright, now let's resize this one. And I could put dividers in between them. Let's save that. And then let's change this to sand. Now, am I going to get an error when I try and open it up with the sand texture? Warning. Yeah, it's giving me it doesn't like the sand texture either. So it doesn't like the sand texture. Do we have anything else that's close to sand? The oat texture is close to sand. No, it's not. I'm not going to have a sand texture. But I can live with that. Let me try my 16x map really quick and see if I have a different sand texture in here. There is, but it's the same one. Let's copy that one into here a minute. And let's see if this is going to open up with or without a warning. It's going to give me a warning. So it doesn't like the sand texture. That's alright. I can deal without we can do without the sand. So let's take this guy. Let's move this over. And we'll make him fit in here in a minute. I just want to take one more barrier. And I'm going to use it as a divider in the center. And then let's take our cube here. I'll use the 2 fill planes and not 3. And we can finish this factory up. So that one looks about right. Yeah, let's get this one to size. And yeah, it's a little bit short this way. That should work. Nope. Still got a little bit of a gap in there. Alright, that should work. So we'll use a limestone fill plane and we'll use a gravel fill plane. And we should have our water fill plane. And then we should have... Did I leave the water one in here? Yes. So we have our water bin. Oh, I didn't put it in the correct transform group. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. Alright, so now we should be back on track. I'm going to save this and close it. I'm going to check. Let's go back to my mods folder on that one. Let's go back to our cement factory. You're the carpentry. You're today. I'm going to close. I just want to close some of these extra folders I don't need open. I've got 2 mods folders open. No, here's our cement factory. Alright, let's come back into our cement factory. Let's check all of our texture paths again. So now we have to fix this one again. So let's grab our lime and our stone again from the today folder. And let's go into here. And since we know they work, let's overwrite them. So let's grab lime and let's grab stone. Let's copy those into here. And let's take this down to textures. So it's not pulling it from my desktop. Let's take this down to textures. I'll save that. So that should be all of our textures fixed. And let's open it up again. And we shouldn't have any errors or warnings this time. Alright, so we're completely warning and error free. So now we can actually finish this factory. So let's start at the top. Alright, so map position. That's where it's going to show up for the hotspot. So that can stay there. Storage can stay there. Unload station. So that is where we're going to drop our product off at. So let's get this moved over to here. So we have our exact fill route node, our link node. So all of our nodes moved over with it. So unload station is done. Info trigger. This is where you get your menu. So that can go there. We need to pull our unload spline over to there for the AI. We don't need the loading spline anymore, so that can go. Alright, player trigger. Player trigger can actually stay where it is, and the player trigger marker can stay where it is. Alright, lights. We have a couple lights to fix. Alright, so where's our first light? Right there. Let's put one. So our pallets are going to appear over here. So let's put one light somewhere on this bin. Yeah, let's go here. Let's go edit interactive placement. Let's put it there. And it's only a node, so you can't see it. But I'm going to come up here, I'm going to go Shift and C, and then this one has to be in the same exact position, Shift and V, and then this has to be in the same position. So Shift and V. So that's our first light fixed. So there's one light here where you pick up your pallets. I would love to get a light over here where you drop stuff off, but I have no place to put one unless I put a light pole there. So I'm just going to stick the second light over here on the building. So let's go Light 2, Edit Interactive Placement. Let's just pull it right there. And we're going to grab this, Shift C, Shift V. What did I miss? Why is it not? Let's try that again. Shift and C. Shift and V, there we go. And Shift and V. So those are our lights. We have our new sign. I'm going to add another sign in. So lights are fixed. Let's fix our clear area. So now we're going to take our plane and we're going to make it the exact size of the factory. That looks about right. Alright, so now we need to fix our clear area. So start, width, and height all need to be fixed. Alright, so let's go to our start. So our start needs to be on this corner. The width needs to be on this corner. And then the height needs to be on this corner. Alright, that's the clear area fixed. The level area, same thing. Start has to be on this corner. And this is where it spawns into the game. So that's the start. Width has to go on this corner. And then height has to go on this corner. I generally don't mess with test area. I'm going to delete the second one. We should only need the first one. I'm just going to slide it in. I generally don't mess with test area, and I generally don't mess with tip collusion unless they throw an error. So our visuals are done. Our pallet spawner's done. What are you? Okay, you're the you're that cube from the other factory I don't need. Let's delete that out. So that should be the factory itself fixed. So let's just grab our sign. And let's throw another one on this side somewhere. Matt K, hello. What is this? This is going to be a cement factory. It's going to make concrete, pavers, blocks, and barriers. What does the interactive placement do? The interactive placement tells an item where I want to put it. So if I take this sign right now, and if I come down here, and I go Edit, Interactive Placement, it puts it right there. It puts it where you want it. And actually I like that right there. Let's put this right there. And let's put another one up here then. Let's duplicate that. So if I duplicate that and leave it where it is, and then I take the new one and I go edit interactive placement, and I go bam, it puts it like right there. So it puts it where you want it. And you just have to make some slight adjustments to it. So that should be our sign. So let's go through our... So everything in here is fixed. Our lights are fixed, our clear area is done, our level area is done, our test area is done, our tip collusion area is done, visuals are done, pallet spawner's done. Let's save it. Alright, let's go back into our factory. So our FX file's done. You can pull that out of the main game folder. Our fill planes, we have all of our fill planes. We have all of our pallets, we have our scripts, we have our shaders, textures is done, brand is done, R3D is done, effects you can pull from the base game. We have all of our HUDs. Let's fix the icon next. So let's rename this Cement Factory. This is the icon where you I want that a capital F. So this is going to be the picture when you go to buy it in the store. So let's do this. Let's take the plane and let's make it invisible for a minute. And let's grab a screenshot of this. Alright, let's make my plane invisible, or back to visible so I know it's there so I can delete it out. Alright, so let's open up pictures. Let's open this up with paint.net. And let's copy it. I'm going to paste it into here. I'm going to cut that out. And we're going to take this guy and we're going to start cutting some of the background out so it's clear. And then we're going to go color picker yellow. I'm going to go text. And let's go like 55. And this is going to be cement. Factory. Let's save that, but it's got to be DTX5 so it has a clear background. So that should be our new icon when you go to buy it in the store. Alright, mod description. Let's change all of Mammoth Mill to Cement Factory. Alright, and then I'm going to fix this manually. I'm going to fix this manually. So that's all cement factory. So let's put these side by side. So our icon, we renamed cement factory for the store when you go to buy it. So we have to change this. And then our XML, we're going to rename cement factory. So our XML is going to need to be changed here to cement factory. And let me save that. I'm going to grab a quick sip of coffee. Dixieland cement shoes. Make a Dixie some cement shoes and throw her in the middle of the lake off the fishing boat. Now, we can't be that mean. I've got somebody else I'd like to give a pair of cement shoes to. I got two ex-wives. I can give them a pair of cement shoes, take them out in the middle of the pond and throw them off the boat and see if they swim or sink. All right, let's go into our pallets. Now we have to register every pallet. So we need the barrier pallet. I need the block pallet. I need the concrete pallet. I need the pallet pallet. P-A-L-L-E-T. I need the pallet pallet. I need the paver pallet. I need the plastic pallet. And we need the sacks pallet. So plastic and then sacks. So all of our pallets are registered in the mod description. So our mod description should be done. We have our title, we have our description, we have our icon, multiplayer supported. We registered the XML, we registered all of the pallets. We have our fill types XML registered. We have our effects XML registered. We have our scripts registered. We have our brand registered, and we have our 110 text when you go to buy it in the store. So our mod description should be done. Next up is the factory itself. So let's change Mammoth Mill to cement factory there and there. Our store picture our price. Brand is Old Man 102. It's a placeable. It's going to be a production point. So none of that changes. Our i3D has to match what's in the folder. So cement factory with a capital F. So that goes here. So it pulls up the correct i3D. We eliminated the second test area. So I need to delete it there, and I need to delete it down here. So let's delete the second test area because we don't need to i3D map it anymore. So let's save that. Let's go back up to the top. So there's the one test area, the one clear area, the one level area. I'm going to change this from asphalt. Do I leave it? Let's leave it asphalt. We have our tip collusion area. We have our tip collusion areas in. We got rid of one of the splines because one of them is loading. We have no, I think it's the unloading one we eliminated because the factory has all pallets. So we kept the unloading, we deleted the loading. So the loading spline has to go here. And then we have to no longer i3D map the AI loading spline, so we have to delete that one. This one has to get deleted. And we also got rid of the loading trigger, so I need to get rid of the loading trigger, the discharge node, the effect, the pipe, and the marker. So all of these have to go because we took that trigger out, because there's no bulk fill. So we're not loading like coal out of the factory. So we're not loading a bulk out of the factory, so we eliminated that trigger. So I have to take it out of the i3D. Or we have to unregister it from the i3D. Alright, so our first product we are going to make is going to be the barrier. And we're going to change this to barrier. Let me go capital B. Alright, so we're going to have our barrier, our inputs. Let me just put a couple more in here, just so I have them, and we can delete the ones we don't need. Alright, so we are going to put in pallets, plastic, we need water, and we're going to use diesel. So these two I don't need. So that can go, that can go, that can go, and then it's only going to output one item. It's going to output barrier. Alright, so let's give it 10% pallet. Let's give it 25% plastic. Let's give it 10% water and 5% diesel. So that's going to make our plastic barrier pallet. Alright, so the next thing we're going to make is concrete. I believe it's concrete and not cement. Let me go into my fill types. Map fill types. Control find. I can never remember if it's concrete or if it's cement. It's concrete. Okay. So the fill type, we are going to make concrete. Oh, this one has to be all caps. Alright, so we have our barrier, we're making our concrete. Now this one I'm going to need like 6 fill types. So let me double these up. Alright, so for our concrete, we have sacks. You need empty sacks. We need sand. We need gravel. We need limestone. We need water and diesel. Alright, so sacks. Let's go with like 40, 20, 20, 20, 10 and 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, we don't need water because this is a dry mix. Let's delete the water. This one's a dry mix because they're sacks of concrete. So, and then this goes to concrete. Yes, so every single pallet that the factory uses and produces have to be registered in the mod description. So I need everything that goes into the factory and everything that comes out of the factory in the way of pallets here, and I'll show you why in a minute once we get to the next XML. Alright, so that's going to be concrete. We have blocks and pavers, but they both take the same inputs. So I'm going to put them in the same production line. And we're going to call them goods. I think I can call it goods here and give it two different outputs. If it doesn't work, then this is going to be trial and error. But I think I can call it goods. We're going to take, let me move this down to here for a minute. Alright, so this one is going to take pallets. We're going to use pallets, sand, gravel, limestone, diesel. I have to add water back in. Water. And then it's going to make, let me copy this, paste it in here. It's going to make a block. I think it's block singular. Let me see if it's block or blocks. It's block singular and paver singular. So it's going to make block and it's going to make paver. And then we're going to go, let's bring this down to like 20. What do we have pallets up there? We have pallets down to 10 up top. All right. So we're going to take pallets, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. That works. So pallets, sand, gravel, limestone, diesel, and water. We're going to make blocks and pavers. So I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. This one and this one. These can go. Alright, so we have 3 production lines. One making barriers, one making concrete, and one making blocks and pavers. Now, our selling station is our inputs. So all of our inputs go here. So we have pallets, plastic, water, doesn't matter what order they're in, diesel, sacks, we have sand, we have gravel, we have limestone. And I think that's everything. Pallets, plastic, water, diesel, sack, sand, gravel, limestone, diesel, water. Okay, we have all of our inputs there. We have no loading trigger because everything is pallets, so we can get rid of that. We don't need it in this factory. We have our pallet spawner. Now, I don't think I need a fill type there, but let's double check that once we get in game. We'll see if it throws any errors. We have to register all of our inputs and all of our outputs here. So let's go with pallets. We could take this up to, this needs to be 1,000,000. Plastic. Ow, not what I wanted. Plastic. And then this one also needs to be 1,000,000. We need water. We need diesel. But diesel I need to take down to just 50,000. Alright, we have diesel. We need sacks. I need sand. I need gravel. I need limestone. Save that. Yeah, in the storage section of the XML, you have to put all of your inputs and all of your outputs. So the factory can store that whatever capacity you tell it to store. Let me let the dog back out of my room. He's being a royal pain in the ass today. Alright, so that's all of our inputs. We also need to add barrier. And let's take our finished goods and make them 2,000,000 liters. So barrier, concrete, and we'll make that 2,000,000 liters. Then we need block and paver and paver. And we'll make these 2,000,000 liters each on our finished goods. Alright, so that's our pallets registered. Now my fill planes. We have what fill planes did we end up putting back in? Limestone, gravel, and water. So we have a water fill plane. Let's go with limestone first. So we have limestone fill plane. We have a gravel fill plane, and we have a water fill plane. I want to see if I can get these working. And we'll just call it, let's just leave it the way they are, because we have to I3D map them, and we also have to put our heights, we have to fix our heights. So we'll come back to that in a second. We have our player. We have our hotspot is going by our unloading marker. Do we have an unloading marker? We have a marker unloading, so that's going to run off of there. So that's where our hotspot's going to run off of. So we have a marker unloading. We don't have a marker loading because they're all pallets, but we can take... let's use the storage for our marker loading. So for our loading marker, we're going to use storage. Just have to remember to I3D map it. We have our player trigger marker, we have our warning stripes, we have our lights, so everything there should be good. Marker unloading we should have already taken out. Alright, so let's go back up to the top. Alright, so store section's done. This I don't even need in here. We have our info trigger. We have our production points. So everything's good up to there. Let's start with our limestone. So our limestone plane, let's go down to visuals. So you're my limestone plane. Now I always get the high point and the low point mixed up. So our minimum should be here. Let me take this all the way down so it just shows. So this should be my minimum. Let me copy that into here. And then it should be the same for our gravel. Let me copy that. Let me do the gravel separately. And then our high point should be here. So let me copy this into here. Let me save that. And then that is going to be our limestone. Yeah, let's just rename this. Let's go limestone. Let me save that. So that was Wood Chip Hill 1. Let me change this to limestone. And it is this number. Let me transfer that down so it's i3D mapped properly to there. So that's our limestone fill plane. Our gravel fill plane, so this is our high point. I'm going to grab this number. I'm going to put it up here. And then we need a low point. Oh. So our low point is here. Let's put that here. And then let's call this gravel. And then that was Wood Chip Hill 2. Let's call this gravel. And then it is 0, 6, and 5. So let's copy that i3D mapping over to here. Save that one. And then our water fill plane. That should be our high point. So I'm going to grab this number here. I'm going to put it here. That's our high point. So I'm going to put that one here. And then our low point for the water should be right there. Let's copy this number to here. And we're going to rename this one water. And then I'm going to change this one to water. And then I'm going to grab this number. It has to go here. Alright, so that should be our fill planes done. We'll see if they work when we get them in game. We may have to make some adjustments to them. Alright, so that's everything done up to there. Our production point is going to be the map position, so that's going to be registered. Our triggers are registered. All right, let's sell our map position. So let's fix all of our I3Ds. All right, map position is 0, 0, 0. So that one's good. Storage, 0, 0, 1. So that one's good. Exact fill root node. So these become number 2. You become number 2. You become number 2. Alright, our info trigger becomes 0 and 3. AI unload spline becomes 0 and 4. Player trigger is going to be 0, 5 and 0, 6. So you go to 0, 5. You go to 0, 6. Alright, clear area is going to be 2 and 0, 2, 0, 0, and 2, 0, 1. So our clear area did not change, which means our level area did not change. Why do I just have a test area start? I should have a test area start and a test area end. I think I deleted one too many. So let me go back into Mammoth Mill. That's what we're using. Let me open up that XML. And I should have a test area start and a test area end. Test area 1, yeah, I deleted one too many. Let's grab this and we'll put it back in here. So I should have my test area 1 start, my test area 1 end, and they're still number 4, so they didn't change. Tip collusion is going to be number 5, so they didn't change. Lights are number 1, so they didn't change. So our lights are good. Pallet spawner. Pallet spawner did change. It's now number 7. So that goes to 7. That goes to 7. That goes to 7. So everything should now be, our I3D mapping should be correct. A hotspot is the little icon you get when it shows up on the map in the game. So you can teleport to it. Alright, so that should be everything with the factory XML. Now we need to fix our, so let me do this. So we're done with the factory. I'm going to delete the plane and I'm going to save it. And I'm going to close it. So we should be done with the factory itself. And then I'm going to check the texture pathing one more time. So all of our texture pathing is correct. So now we just have to fix the fill types. Alright, so we need to register every input and every output. So let's start with pallets. So I'm going to go to the base game XML fill type. I'm going to find pallets. Oh, let me find, what else does that factory make? It makes pallets and it makes crates. Let me find crates. I mean, there's no crate. Oh, crate. Let me find crate. Because pallets should be right near it. No, it's not. Where's my pallets at? Plastic. Nails, furniture, boards. Where's my pallets? My pallets are going to be with like drill pipe. Where is my pallets? Right here. Alright, we need to grab this out of the map and copy it to here. And then we have to fix our HUD because it's not a folder inside of a folder, it's just a HUD. So we have our HUD for pallets. So our HUD for pallets is here. So we're pointing to our HUD for pallet in the mod, and we're also pointing to our pallets of pallet XML. So pallets are done. Next up, we need plastic. So I'm going to pull plastic out of here, and we're going to move that into the factory. So plastic is going to be up next. And then we just have to take the HUD and fix the HUD path for the HUD. Alright, so plastic is done. Next one up is water. So let's pull water out of here. I'll pull that out of the map. And we'll put it into here. And then I don't need to do anything with water. It's gonna point to the in-game HUD, so we don't need to do anything further with water. Now, there's no particular order in this list as long as all your inputs and all of your outputs are registered. Alright, so after water we need diesel. So let's pull diesel out of here. So let's copy that into our new fill types XML. So we have diesel registered, and we don't need a HUD because we're using the $$ data. It's pulling the in-game HUD, so we don't need to do anything else there. Alright, so next up we have sacks. So I need to pull sacks out of the base game. So let's copy that into here. If sacks is already there. Ha! Didn't even need to do it. Let me just delete resin. So we already have our sacks. So sacks are done. Sacks are not done. It's missing. Oh no, it is. We have our HUD, we have our pallet. So sacks are done. Next up is going to be sand. So let's pull sand out here. We're going to need sand and gravel, so I'm just going to pull them both out. Let me copy them into here. And then I'm going to fix the HUD. And we already have our fill planes in the fill planes folder. And then gravel, I'm going to fix the HUD. And we already have our fill planes for our gravel. So sand and gravel are done. We need limestone. So let's pull limestone over. Limestone. We have to register that one. And then I just need to fix the HUD. And we already have our fill planes for the lime, so we don't need to do anything else with limestone. I need the barrier, the concrete, the block, and the paver. So let's find barrier. So I need barrier, concrete, block, and paver. I'm just going to pull all four over. Let's copy those and into our new fill types. So we have barrier. We just need to fix the HUD. We already have the pallet registered. We have our concrete. We have our block. and we have our paver. And we already have our pallets done because we built our pallet folder first. So ore can go, plastic can go, sawdust can go. And we get rid of that gap. We don't need that gap in there. All right, so now we have to register all of our goods. So let's come back to here. So pallets and plastic are both pallets. So they're going to go under product. So pallets and plastic. So pallets and plastic is a product. Water and diesel are liquids. So water, let's try that again. Water and diesel are liquids. What's next on the list? So sacks is a pallet. So we have to add that to product. So sacks. And then we have sand, gravel, and limestone are bulk. Sand, gravel, and limestone. So sand, gravel, limestone are bulk. And then we have barrier, concrete, block, and paver are product. So we have barrier, block, paver, and concrete. So those are all of our inputs and outputs. Now the shovel is your bulk. Your train wagon is going to be bulk. Loading wagon is going to be your bulk. And your mining is just going to be, mining is sand, gravel, and limestone. So that can go under mining. So this tells the game to load these products into a shovel, into a train wagon, into a loading wagon, and into mining, if we have a mining silo. Our sounds, we have bulk sounds. So let's turn our sounds back on. So this is sound for bulk, so we're going to drop these into here. So you get the sound when they're loading and unloading. And then we need a sound for a liquid. So I'm going to go into the refinery. And I'm going to grab, at the bottom, I'm going to grab my fill type sounds for liquid. I'm going to move them into the cement factory, XML. And this is going to be water and diesel. Let's save that. Yeah, any pallet you have to put under product. Or every pallet, you have to, all the inputs and the outputs you have to register as a product. So that should be our fill type XML done. Let me just scroll through it, make sure I didn't miss anything. Pallets, plastic, water, diesel, sacks. We have all of our inputs. We have all of our outputs. We have our fill type categories are done, and our sounds are done. I think we're ready to throw this in the game and see if it's going to throw any errors. Let's go back through our entire folder. So effects are done. Fill planes are done. We have all of our pallets registered. We have our scripts registered. We have our shader. We have all of our textures. We have our brand. We have the main i3D. We have the XML that runs the factory, the effects XML you pull out of the in-game. We have all of our HUDs, we have our mod description, and our fill type is done. I think we're good to throw this in the map and in the game and see if it's going to throw any errors. So let's zip this up. Let me copy that and throw it into my mods folder. And then let's go into FarmSim22. Can I use your, yes, you can use my fill type XML as a template. Let's go into save game 9 is my test map. Yes, that has all of the factories on it. Let's jump in there. We should have a cement factory right here, so let's check that. And let's see if the cement factory is going to throw any errors. Oh, you're welcome. And we'll if it's throwing any errors, we'll fix the errors before we test it. Alright, I'm going to go, let's head over here somewhere, and let's find a spot to put the new cement factory down. That should work. So let's go under construction, production. Yeah, we should be able to put it down somewhere in here. Let's find the new cement factory. Cement factory. Well, that's the first good sign. Oh, and the map over here is not flat, so it put it up on a darn hill. Why did it raise it up that high? Because the map over here is not flat. Alright, we're going to have to deal with it. Alright, so we should have our water plane. We should have... we won't be able to see it until we get into a vehicle, but we should have 2 more planes there. Let's check this guy first. Alright, so we have, I'm not going to turn it on yet. Okay, so we have our barrier. So we need pallets, plastic, water, and diesel to get our barrier. We need empty sacks, sand, gravel, limestone, diesel to get our cement. And then we need pallets, sand, gravel, limestone, water, and diesel to get our blocks and our pavers. I'm not going to activate that yet. I want to check the log for errors. I don't like the in-game log because my eyes are bad and I can't see it that well. So I jump out here and I check my main game log for any warnings or errors that have to deal with the mod I'm working on. And okay, so we have, alright, we have marker loading errors. So let's get out of here. Let's fix the error first. What would you input a script folder for a placeable? You need the in the scripts folder, I have 2, but you only need 1. The only one you need is the categorizer Lua. So in your scripts folder, all you need is the categorizer Lua. You don't need the mod change title Lua anymore. So that's the only one that you need. Alright, so what's our error? Missing trigger marker node for marker loading. Do we have a marker loading? We have a marker unloading. Marker loading. Okay, so we do not have, so let's open up the factory. I thought I had a marker loading. We may not need a marker loading. Oh, we're going to use storage, I think, for the marker loading. So we have marker unloading. We're going to use storage for marker loading. Oh, hold on. I got these backwards. Hold on. So our loading is going to be storage. That's going to be our marker loading. Our marker unloading, let me copy that. Let me move this up top. Goes here. So we have our marker unloading. Our marker unloading should be right here. That's where we unload our product, and that's where we're going to load our product. It depends on if you're going to register your own brand in the factory. Then you're going to need the Lua. So I have all of mine as my own brand. Old Man 102. So if you're going to make it your own brand, if you're going to leave it the base game like Lizard, or if you're going to give credit to the original author, you don't need it. But if you're going to make your own brand, then you're going to need the Lua. Alright, so that should be our register. We should now have our unloading marker and our loading marker registered properly. So I should have marker unloading. I should have marker for storage registered, and I do. We should have our player trigger marker registered, and we do. And then we should have our warning stripe registered, and we do. So that should now be fixed. So let's save that and let's close it. Let me delete this one out. Zip it back up. And let's throw it back in our mods folder. And replace the one that's in there. Let me grab a sip of coffee. We'll jump back in game. Also, in the factory XML, would I need to enter the path for the new fill? The path for your new fill types is registered in your mod description. So in your mod description for the factory, you have the new fill type XML registered here. And that'll put all of your fill types into the factory and not the map. Alright, I'm going to close paint.net because we're done with it. Let's jump back into FS22. And let's go back into the test map. And our cement factory should now be error-free. And I'm going to kick my ceiling fan on. Bear with me because it's getting warm in here. And my coffee cup's almost empty. That's not a good thing. Alright, so let's jump back over here. Let's see if we can't find a flatter spot. Because the map over here is like super, super hilly. And no matter where I put this, I'm not going to get a really flat spot. It's a little bit flatter over here. Not much flatter, but a little bit flatter. All right, let's do something real quick. Let's grab the paint tool for a minute. Let's go this way. And let's just clear out an area for this other factory where it's a little bit more flat. So we don't get that big hill. I don't play on this map. This is just my test map for all the new factories. Just to make sure it works on non-Ritchie maps as well as Ritchie maps. Should be a flatter area over here. Yeah, I don't like this map because it's not flat to test on, but we can throw it in no man's land if we wanted to test, but this map already has all my input products made. Alright, that should be good. Let me save that real quick. Just in case there's another issue with the factor and we have to jump back out and fix something. But let me try and get it over here where it's a little bit more flat. So let's grab construction, production. Let me move my player back a little bit so I'm out of the way. Construction, production, cement factory. Oh. Right, let's throw it here. Again, this is not really flat. Let's see what it does. It's much better than where we had it. Alright, that's working. Our marker's now shown. Let's make sure that we have no more errors in the log. Oh, we still have an error. Oh, that's the auto load trailer. Alright, so the cement factory is now error-free. Unless one of the pallets don't spawn out, we should be alright. Yep, so we are completely error-free. So I'm not going to activate this factory yet until we get all the fill types in it. Pallets will come over from the factory. We're making pallets, we're making plastic. Let's throw some water and diesel in here. So where's my tanker? Right here. So let's throw some water and diesel in it. We'll see if the water fill plane works. Alright, so let's cheat some water in. Oh, there's diesel. Let's cheat some diesel in. We're making diesel, but I'm going to throw some in anyway. Let's throw some water in. And we'll see if our fill plane, in that wooden box, we get a water fill plane that shows up. So that wooden box that you can't really see should be filling with water. It is. I can see the fill plane coming up. So this should be filling with water. And it is. Perfect. Now let's get this guy out of the way. Now let's grab this guy. And I want to check the fill planes for the limestone and the gravel. So let's grab limestone. And we'll see if that fill plane rises up. That's right. This does not hold a lot. We're gonna have to cheat a couple. This tipper doesn't hold a lot, and this factory is gonna hold 1,000,000 liters. And this is only putting 56,000 liters in at a time. Yeah, so that fill plane is gonna rise up as the factory fills. So I have that set properly, which means gravel is also set properly. So gravel, if I dump the whole 2,000,000 liters in here, that fill plane would raise all the way to the top. Let's throw in a little bit more gravel. And then let's throw in a little bit of sand. Let me get this guy out of the way before I activate this factory. Alright, pallets, we're making pallets. They should be on distributing. They should push into the factory. Plastic should push into the factory. Sacks should push into the factory. So I'm going to leave them on storing because I want to see the pallets spawn out. So let's activate these. And then I'm going to stay... Am I out of the way? I'm out of the way. Let's forward time and let it push product over into this factory. So it should push pallets in. It should push everything else in that we need. Unless my other factories have ran out of product. What are we missing? We're not getting enough pallets. Let's check the carpentry and see if it's still making pallets. Let's check the refinery to see if it's still making plastic. We may have to fill these factories to get the product. So where's our refinery? Refinery should be over here. Are you still making plastic? You have crude oil. So you're making plastic, but so we're going to have to turn that factory up so it makes more plastic. You should be making pallets. They're on distributing. You're out of nails. Because you're not making pallets because you have no nails. RHAYVEN, sorry I missed that. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. So you don't have any nails. So let's go check the mill. The mill should be making nails. Wow, are you out of something because you're not making nails? You need wood chips and you need coal. Alright, so where's our truck? Alright, let's throw some wood chips and coal. Without wood chips and coal, we're not going to get any nails, and without any nails, we're not going to get any pallets. But, you know what? For testing purposes, I'm going to cheat in what we need. So I want to get this factory tested. I want to get out of here for lunch. So after lunch, we can work on the 16x map. So I need to cheat in some pallets, and I need to cheat in some plastic. Again, if you're just joining us, this is my test map. We cheat everything in for testing. We just built the cement factory, and we need to see if it works. So I'm going to cheat in plastic, and I'm going to cheat in pallets. So I can get out of here for lunch. So I'm going to cheat in some pallets. Just to save some time. And then we're going to cheat in some plastic. But our other factories make these. I just don't have them full. And so now we should have everything we need for this factory to actually test this factory. So it's going to make barriers, concrete blocks, and pavers. So let's roll time back up to 360. Alright, so I'm going to turn... so what are we missing? We're missing concrete. So barriers are spawning... Or no, blocks and pavers are spawning out. Let me change that to distributing. So what do we have? We have our block pallet. You're the paver pallet. You're the block pallet. You're the barrier pallet. So we're just waiting for concrete. So let me take, now that we know the barrier is going to spawn out, let's go back to spawn out one more barrier. Let me change that to distributing. Why are we not getting concrete? So there's something wrong with the concrete. It's not making concrete. We have pallets. We have no plastic. And we have plastic. No, we don't need plastic for concrete. What's messed up? Sacks. We have no empty sacks. Let me cheat some empty sacks in for testing. Sacks. Empty sacks would help to put the concrete in. Okay, so they're not taking it. So why are... Okay, they are unloading. Alright. So that should be enough to test the concrete. There we go. So let's change this to distributing so no more spawn out. Alright, so our concrete factory is making our blocks, our pavers, our barriers, and our sacks of concrete. Let's make sure they're going to auto load. So let's head over to the cement factory. I don't know if I have these in the sell point. I might have to update the sell point. Let's see if they'll auto load first. Let's take care of the first problem. Let's make sure they auto load. strap them down. Now, I don't think I have the cell point updated for this new product. We do. No, we don't. We have to add concrete blocks, pavers, and barriers to the cell point. All right, let's save this. We know that the factory works. Yeah, you can. If you have any questions, shoot me a private message. I'm gonna once we get this fixed, and I get the cell point fixed, and we're good. I'm gonna get out of here for an hour for lunch. And then I'm going to come back after lunch and work on the 16x map for a little bit. So the only error, oh, we have some warnings. The concrete pallet is messed up. It's missing the tension belts. So we're going to have to fix the concrete pallet. So the tension belts are messed up on the concrete pallet. So we got to fix that, and we have to add the 4 new products to the cell point. Let's take care of the cell point first. That's going to be an easier fix. So let's go into the cell point. And since we're going to update it, I'm going to call it version 1.1. And then I have to go into, do I need to register? I do not need to register because it's a cell point. I don't need to register the pallets. But we're going to have to add the new product in. And it doesn't matter where I put it. So they can go behind potato. We need to add... where are we? I need to add barrier, concrete, block, and paver. So we need to add barrier, concrete, block, and paver to the cell point. So I have to add them up there, and I have to add them down here. So I need 4 new lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to add paver. I need to add concrete. I need to add block and paver. Let me save that. So that should be our cell point updated. So let me delete that copy, zip it back up. And let's throw it in my mods folder. Alright, now we have to fix the cement pallet. So let's go into cement factory. Let's go into pallets. Let's open up the concrete pallet. I think it's fantastic what you're doing, making all these packs for any map, which is much appreciated. You are more than welcome. Okay, so these have no tension belt nodes. You do have a tension belt node, but why do you not have a tension belt node for... Why are you not... Why am I getting an error? Where's my error? LOD1, tension belt due to missing CPU mesh flag. tension belts due to tension belt mesh flag. All right, let's look at something else then. Let's open up the Sachs palette, because we're not getting an error with the Sachs palette. It's the same palette, just a different texture. So let's look at the Sachs palette. Content, seed bags. So there's my tension there. So let me go to shape. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, skip, 1, and skip. 1, 2, 3, 4, skip, 1, and skip. So why am I getting an error with the cement bag, but I'm not getting an error with the Sachs bag? Let's look at two things real quick then. Let's look at the concrete XML. Let's look at the Sachs XML. So you're registered to my tension there. So it's 0, 2, 0, and 0. 0, 2, 0, and 0. So what are you on this palette? 0, 2, 0, and 0. 0, 2, 0, and 0. They're identical, so why is one throwing an error and one not throwing an error? LOD1. Okay, let me close that without any. Let me close. I didn't want to close that. Let me close this one. Let me open my. Let's do this. Let's delete the concrete palette. I'm going to delete this out. Let's grab our Sachs palette. Let's go File, Export Selection with Files. Let's go to the Cement Factory. Let's go to Pallets. We're going to take the Sachs palette. We're going to make it Concrete Palette. We're going to make a new palette using the Sachs palette. And then we're going to take the concrete palette, and we have to fix its texture. So we need to change the texture to cement from Sachs 1 to cement 2. So let's save that. So now our cement palette should look like a cement palette. And then I'm going to take the cement palette XML, I'm going to delete it out. We're going to take the Sachs palette, we're going to copy it, we're going to paste it back in, we're going to rename it CEMENT palette. So we have a new i3, a new XML, and we're going to change this to cement. I'm going to change this to cement. I'm going to change this to cement. So now we have a new i3D and a new XML. So let's, that was our only other error, it was. So let's delete this out. Let's zip it back up. So let's copy that, let's throw it back into my mods folder. Now, there's one thing I have to do, though. I have to get rid of the old pallets or they're going to throw error and they're going to corrupt my save game. So let's go into Farm Sim 22. Let's go into Save Game 9. Let's go into Vehicles. And let's find cement. Cement. P for pallet. Why do you not have a cement pallet? I know you have some cement pallets in here. Your boxes, your steel, your pallets, your crate, furniture, ice cubes, cabbage, cocoa. I know there's some concrete pallets spawned out on the map right there. I have to delete all the old ones since we rebuilt it. I think it's just those three. It is. So I need to delete these 3 pallets. From my save game. Or it's going to corrupt my test map. Alright, so now if I go back into Farm Sim 22, we shouldn't have any concrete pallets. I do have a mining mod pack out already. Instead of mining textures with you can't do the mines like you did in FS19. They won't spawn a pile out on the ground because it's a different script, if that's what you're asking. Placeable mine pack like a cow pasture instead of mining textures with... You can't scoop it up off the ground like you could in 19. The factory script for 19 was running off a global company script where I could tell the factory to put a pile on the ground that you have to scoop up that keeps replacing itself. You can't do that with the factory script for 22 because the factory script for 22 sucks. Alright, so let's come back over here. Let's get this guy out of the triggers, and let's spawn out a couple more sacks of concrete. And we'll test the new pallet, see if it's still throwing errors. So let's take the concrete, we'll change it back to storing so they pop out onto the map. And then let's forward time a little bit until I get a couple pallets spawn out. Oh, hold on. I'm missing something. More sacks. Let's cheat some more sacks in. So I'm going to have to turn the amount of sacks it's using down. Just probably, we may have to adjust the, I may have to adjust some of the production rates a little bit. Let's cheat some more sacks in. And now I'm probably going and turn the amount of sacks the factory's using down a little bit. Let's just get some in here for testing. Alright, so now let's forward time till we get a couple pallets of concrete spot out. Okay, why are you not spawning out now? You have 66,000. So now there's still something wrong with the concrete pallet because now they're not spawning out. Let's go back to the log. and see what's wrong with the pallet. What are the production? I have no idea in 22 what the production rates are measured in. I don't know if it's percentages. I don't know if it's liters. I can't figure. I can't get any information from Giants. All right, so the CPU mesh is still messed up. But why are they not spawning out? Did this reload? It did reload. So the CPU mesh is still messed up. So I gotta fix the pallet. But why am I not getting an error that my concrete pallets won't spawn out? Alright, so something's not right. Failed to unload. So what did I do wrong when I rebuilt the pallet? Cement factory. Pallets. CE. Okay, so something's... Oh, it's cement and not concrete. What's it supposed to be? Where's my mod description? It's supposed to be a concrete pallet, not a cement pallet. So you need to be concrete. Rename. Concrete pallet. Concrete pallet. Alright, hold on. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's open this back up. Is it cement or is it concrete? It's concrete. And then you are concrete. So it helps when I rebuilt the pallet to put the correct fill type in. Yeah, it's concrete. So concrete pallet, concrete i3D, concrete fill type. But why is my tension belt still messed up? So let's delete that. Let's zip this back up. And then let's copy mods folder. Let's paste the new cement factory in there. Now, if you can add as many fill types to the cell point as you want, and it'll work with an existing save game. You just can't take anything out of it, but you can add stuff into it. Let's see if the tension belt's messed up on both the cement and the plastic. So let me do this. Let me go into a new save game real quick. I want to see something. I want a clean save game to see if the tension belts are still messed up. Alright, so no. Let's throw some cash in here. Just so I have it. I want to spawn in just so we can test them. Oop, wrong one. I want to spawn in a Sachs pallet. The tension belts may be messed up on both pallets. So I want a concrete pallet and I want a Sachs pallet. If there's concrete, let's bring a couple of those in and let's find Sachs. Let's bring a couple of those in. Let's see if the tension belts are messed up on these pallets. Let me grab store delivery mod. Where is Papa Smurfs? This one. And let's grab a truck. Alright, let's see if these pallets, the tension belts on these pallets are messed up. What I might have to do is add a tension belt into every bag. So let's put this on Euro pallets. Yeah, the tension belts are messed up. Oh, maybe not. Let's see if it's still throwing errors. No errors here. Alright, so there's no errors here. Let's get out of this save. Let's go into, let me close that. Let me go back into my save game 9 and into vehicles. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. I want to get rid of any Sachs pallet. I want to get rid of any concrete pallet we have spawned out. We don't have any. Okay, so we're clean. Let's jump back into here. Yeah, you have to, every single pallet has to have a tension belt node in order for it to auto load, and they're a royal pain in the ass to get them working properly. So I would open up another pallet similar to what you're building and look at how the tension belt nodes are. And most of my pallets I had to make my own tension belt nodes. Alright, so let's go back to here. Let me get this guy out of the trigger. Get him out of the trigger. So what am I missing for? I am missing, let's throw some more Sachs in here. I rebuilt. How would you create a node in GE? You could put any invisible block in. So just create a block, make it invisible, add it in, make it the same shape as what you're doing, and then just make it invisible. I can show you some of my pallets before I get out of here. Alright, so let's make sure concrete is on storing. So they spawn out onto the map. And then let's forward time. There we go. That's better. And let's change these back to distributing so that no more spawns out onto the map. So we have pallet of concrete 4,000 liters. So let me change this to Euro pallets. Let's reload those. Let's turn our tension belts on. Let's make sure our concrete will load. They will. So they will load. Tension belts looks like they're still messed up on some of the pallets. Yeah, it's not going up and over the top of the pallet. So I'm going to have to go in and fix some of the... I got to fix the tension belt nodes on the blocks and the barrier. Oh, that barrier loaded the wrong way. If it loaded this way, it's fine. Where's it? Okay, so the blocks... tension belt node just has to come up a little bit higher. Let's check the log for errors first, make sure those errors went away. And then we'll see if the cell point works. And then we'll look at tension belt nodes. Nope, tension belt nodes are still messed up. But it's not telling me what pallet's messed up. Concrete pallet is still messed up. Oh, you know what? The Sachs pallet and they're both still messed up. So the concrete pallet and the Sachs pallet are still throwing. So they're both still messed up. So we're gonna have to go in and fix both of those tension belts on both of those pallets. Let's make sure the cell point works. And we're gonna have to rebuild all of the tension belt nodes. Alright, cell point works. Alright, so let's look at the tension belt nodes on the couple of pallets. And I'll take a late lunch. Let me just check my phone really quick and look at messages. Alright, so make sure I'm not impressing from the kids. Alright, so tension belt nodes are still messed up. So let's go into the cement factory. Let's go into pallets. Let's go to the concrete pallet first. Now what I may have to do is we may have to rebuild this pallet with individual bags. Because right now, everything is one bag and one tension belt node. And what is it telling me? What's my exact error? Tension belt due to missing CPU mesh flag. Can it be that simple? Can I just uncheck the CPU mesh? let's see if that works first. But why am I getting an error on the second map? I did not get an error on the first map. It may not even be this pallet. It may be a different factory that I have down that's messed up. Let me throw that back on for a minute. Let me do something. Let's do something else first before I rebuild those pallets. So let's jump back into a new save. Because it may be a completely different pallet throwing a CPU mesh error. Let's go into a new save. Let's go into Elm Creek. No, you know what? Let's go into a new save. Let's go into No Man's Land. So, I may have a completely different palette messed up. Alright, so let's do a couple things. Let's cheat some cash in. Let me grab a little bit of speed. Let's come down here where it's relatively flat. And we need to buy this piece of property. Alright, let's throw down construction, production, cement factory. Alright, let's do this. Let's throw in some sacks. If not, I'm going to grab a lunch because I didn't eat breakfast today. Let's cheat some plastic in. Let's cheat some pallets in. And then we're going to need let me grab my store delivery mod. We're going to need a tipper. And I'm going to get the bigger capacity. Oh, and I need a tractor. Sand, gravel, limestone. So sand, gravel, limestone. Coffee and cake. I have no idea. There is. My sister did make a cake yesterday. I don't know. I haven't had any. I have no idea what I'm gonna grab for lunch. All right. So we need sand and gravel. All right, gravel. So yeah. See the fill plane's raising up. As you put product in it. It's not perfect, but it works. Alright, we need sand. And we're going to need water and diesel. Let's grab a truck. Let's get him out of the trigger. I need water and diesel. And there we go. Alright, that should be everything this factory needs. Yes. Now, do I have any errors before I activate it? So no CPU mesh errors, no tension belt errors. Let me cheat in just a couple more of the empty sacks just to see if it's going to throw an error. So we'll let them sit there until we try and auto-load them. Alright, let's activate this. And then forward time. And so we should have concrete. Excuse me. If the factory just produces pallets, and I go into silo, do I still need a fill plane? If no, you only need fill planes for like actual like um, sand and silt and manure. Anything that fills into a tipper, you have to have a fill plane for. Like wheat and barley. So anything that you fill into a tipper, you need a fill plane for. Alright, so let's grab this guy and a truck. Oh, missed it. There we go. Change it to Euro pallets. And then let's grab our sacks. And then let's see. Now am I getting any tension belt errors? Yes. So which pallet is throwing a tension belt error? It's not going to tell me. I have a feeling it's not the sacks. So one of those four pallets, let's check the barrier. It's probably the barrier. Let's do this. Let's grab a sell point. Let's get rid of these pallets. Construction, production, sell points. Let's throw a sell point down. Just to get rid of these pallets. And then I'll save this. It may be the barrier pallet. Yeah, I have no idea. One of those four pallets is throwing a tension belt error. Alright, so let's do this. Let's change this to distribute this one and this one. So I don't want any more to spawn out onto the map. Let's save this and close it. Let's look at the barrier palette. See if that one's throwing the CPU mesh flag. Jason Seaman, hello. Trying to get the concrete factory finished up, but one of my pallets is being a pain in the butt. So let's look at the barrier. Because the block and the paver are identical. Let's see if it's the paver that's throwing the tension belt mesh error. Alright, so there's my barrier. And there's my tension belt node. So the tension belt node is 0200. Let's look at the barrier. So I should have tension belt nodes. So I should have the pallet itself and then the tension belt node 02. So they're registered properly, but it's telling me that it's a CPU mesh error. Oh, hang on, right there, I think. Nope. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe right there. LOD1. I think that's LOD1. LOD1 to tension belt. Could not add shape to tension belts due to missing CPU mesh flag. Well, it has a CPU mesh flag. The barrier doesn't, but the tension belt node does. Let's do this. Let's add CPU mesh to the barrier. Let's add a CPU mesh. Oh, that one had one. That one had one. The first one did not. That may have been my problem. One of the three barriers did not have the CPU mesh checked. That might have been the problem. Let's save that. Let's go back into this folder and go to mods. Let's go back into cement factory. Let's delete this out. Save this. I'm hoping that was it. Old man, I have a question. Shoot, what is your question? Let's copy that into here. And let's go back into what is a CPU mesh? A CPU mesh, I don't completely understand myself what that is. Let's go into save game 14 first, and we'll go back into my test map second. And we'll see if the barrier is throwing an error. So let's spawn out just the barrier first. So they're set on storing. So let's forward time till we get just a barrier. And let me change that to distributing, so no more spawn out. Let's grab our auto load truck. And let's try and pick these up. Alright. Now, the question is, did that get rid of the error in the log? Yes, no more CPU mesh error. Awesome. Let's do this then. Let's sell. I'm not going to save this save anyway, so let me get out of here. Let's go into save game 9, which is my other test map on Elm Creek. I want to make sure I have no barrier pallets spawned out. I don't. Alright, let's go back into save game 9 and see if those errors go away. Cherokee 058, yeah, if you're still here, ask away. Because as soon as I make sure there's no more errors here, I'm getting out of here for lunch. Alright, save game 9. While that is loading, I just want to push the dog opened the door. I just want to push it shut all the way, just to make sure. No, you lay down. That it's okay, out. You're a pain in the ass today. So I want to make sure that my mic's not picking up the TV, so I don't get a copyright strike when I upload it to YouTube. All right, so let's back over here. Back to the concrete factory. Where is it? Over here. Do we have enough to spawn all the pallets out again? Yes, so let's go oh, not selling, crap. Distributing. Distributing. Yeah, sorry, storing. That should have, we should have at least one of every pallet. Alright, so let's go back to distributing. So no more spawn out. Thanks for Mod Pack 5. You're more than welcome. On the map 4X silo, can't get poplar. Won't go in. You mean wood chips? Because you shouldn't be able to store poplar. Thank you so much for the guidance. You are more than welcome. Let's see if... So we have one of every pallet we do. We have, let's see if they will auto load now and we don't get that CPU mesh error. Alright, before I sell them, let's check the log again real quick. Still the CPU mesh lag. And it's the paver pallet's now messed up. So the blocks and the pavers are now messed up. I'm going to mess with these after lunch. So we have to go back and now we have to fix the blocks and the pavers. Unless it's something simple. Let me just sell these off real quick. Actually, if I exit without saving, I should be fine. I don't see an auto save yet. Doesn't recognize poplar as wood chips. The placeable silo or the silo that's built into the map? Alright, so CPU mesh flags on. Let's check the blocks and the pavers real quick. I'll just take a late lunch. Let's check the block. Alright, so if we go into content, alright, so block 1. Oh, it has an LOD. That's why. No LOD. Oh, is it going to give me an error? Crap. I'm going to have to rebuild these pallets. The block and the paver I'm going to have to completely rebuild. So it has LOD checked. But if I go to uncheck it, it completely deletes it from the pallet. So if I turn rigid body on, I turn LOD off, block 1 goes to the bottom. Why? The placeable one? Okay, I can go in and look at that real quick. I may have missed wood chips as an input. Yes, the block 1's at the top, block 7's at the bottom. So if we go into block 1, and I go rigid body, but uncheck LOD, we go block 2, check rigid body, uncheck LOD, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So that takes care of the main transform group. What do we have on LOD 0? No rigid body, no LOD. No rigid body, no LOD. So if I take this one and I add in let's go look at that first one. So the main transform group, I have a rigid body. Static should be fine. And we add in a rigid body there, static should be fine. So let's add in one there. Let's add one there. Add one there. Add one there. One there. And one there. Alright, so let's save that. And then close it. So that was the block. Let's go to the paver. I'll take a look at that placeable here in a second. Actually, I think I eliminated that from the upload. But I'll go back in and double check. Content. Alright, so you check rigid body, uncheck LOD. Block 3. Block 4. Block 5. Block 6. And block 7. So I messed these up when I built these pallets. And then let's take this guy, give it a rigid body. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's save that. Now, hopefully that fixes our problem. So let's delete that. Zip this back up. And copy. Mods folder, paste. Alright, so let's go back into the Mammoth Mill. Does not accept poplar either. It does. You've got something messed up with your fill types. Because poplar should be wood chips. And it takes wood chips. Let's go into no man's land first. Unless they change poplar with the update, but poplar should give you wood chips, and then wood chips. Let me check on something when I get out of here, because they may have changed. They may have changed it with the update. Let's spawn out pavers and blocks. Do I have enough? I do. So blocks, let's go to storing and storing. And let's, yeah, give me a minute to fix this and then we'll look at that. Okay, so now they're messed up. So I got to take the rigid body off. Poplar, not chips. Let me look at something real quick. Unless Giants changed it. Let me go into my fill types. Let me do a find poplar. When you harvest poplar, it should give you wood chips. So when you harvest poplar, it should give you wood chips. And then wood chips are accepted at Mammoth Mill. Yeah, the factory's not set up to take poplar, but poplar should only be... If you're trying to deliver a pallet of poplar there from the vehicle shop, it's not going to accept it. But when you harvest poplar, it should give you wood chips. Gave me poplar. I have no idea. I can't test that now. We could test that after lunch. I've not played enough to harvest poplar. Unless they've changed it. Poplar in 19 used to give wood chips. If it does not give wood chips anymore in 22, then I'm going to have to edit the factory. Yeah, the factory's not set up to take poplar. It's only set up to take wood chips. So I'm going to have to do some testing off camera this weekend and then update the factory. But I don't have time for that today. I want to get this factory finished, and I want to get out of here for lunch. So I can look into that this weekend. Let's go back into pallet. Let's go back into block. And I'm just going to take the damn rigid bodies off. Yeah, I was assuming that poplar, when you harvested it, gave you wood chips, like in 19. I have not actually harvested poplar yet in 22. But I'm going to have to do some testing. I'm going to actually have to go into a map, plant poplar, and then harvest it. Alright, let's save that one. And now let me go to the pavers palette. Harvester from Pop's site. Yeah, that I don't know. If you're using a modded harvester that gives you something different than wood chips, I don't know what to tell you. Are you using the T440, the triple wide, the T440? But I can go into, I can look into it after lunch. I really have to get out of here because I haven't had any breakfast yet this morning, and I've been up for about 6 hours so far. I really need to get some food in me. As soon as I get the errors out of these two pallets, and then I can mess around with testing that poplar after lunch. Oh, the case. I don't have no idea. If he has a modded tractor, if he has a mod when it harvests poplar that gives you poplar, there's nothing I can do about that. But if you harvest poplar and it gives you wood chips, that's what the factory was built for. But if you have a mod when you harvest poplar gives you poplar, there's nothing I can do to fix that, other than find something else to harvest poplar with. Alright, let's delete this. And let's zip this back up. Yeah, so it all depends on what the mod gives you. It's a case. Yeah, I have no idea. I know there's a couple, like, in FS19, there was like a baler that you can actually bale poplar, and it's a different fill type. Try a different... Yeah. If you're harvesting poplar, when you harvest poplar, it should give you wood chips and not poplar, so you're going to have to find something else to harvest your poplar with. I believe that's what the problem's going to be, and I could test that after lunch. Alright, let's jump back in here. So we should now have fixed pallets, I'm hoping. Let's jump back into no man's land first. And then we'll test it on Elm Creek. Alright, so let's jump over here and oh man, let's go store, and store. I want all the pallets back out. So let's go back to distributing. Alright, so we should have concrete, block, paver, and barrier. We do. So let's see if we get Dell's errors to go away now. Yeah, if you have some kind of modded harvester that harvested as poplar, not wood chips, there's really nothing I can do about that. Alright, so the tension belts aren't going to work because I took the rigid body off. But if the air goes away, I can live without the tension belts. Let's see if we have a clean log. Nope, CPU mesh flag on the barrier. So the concrete's fixed, the paver's fixed, the block is fixed, the barrier is still messed up. So we're down to one pallet being messed up. So let me look at the barrier real quick. So there's no rigid body there, there's no rigid body there, there's no rigid body there. There's no rigid body there, there, or there. So I have no idea why it's giving me a CPU mesh when there's no rigid body on it. I'm going to have to mess with this pallet after lunch. Yeah, something's still messed up with this. I don't understand it because there's no rigid body. Without a rigid body, it shouldn't have a CPU mesh. And I don't even have an LOD1. Yeah, I have no idea what's wrong with this pallet. I'm going to mess with it after lunch. But I'm going to throw you all on ending soon. I'm going to mess with this pallet after lunch. We may have to find a different barrier and completely rebuild this pallet. That's the only thing I could think of. Let me close this i3D. Sassy155, enjoy my lunch. Appreciate everybody stopping in. I am going to get out of here for about an hour, hour and a half. And then when I get back, we got to figure out, I got to try and find something to rebuild the barrier pallet with. Or we'll completely eliminate the barrier and we'll find a different pallet to make. Or we'll just have the concrete plant make concrete blocks and pavers. We may just eliminate the barrier altogether if I can't get it working. But I'm going to get out of here. Give me about an hour, hour and a half, and I'll catch you all this afternoon.